A very good morning from the F-Landing here in Kerpen in Western Germany. It's time for finals day for round 3 of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. Well, we did have a lot of rainfall overnight, but yesterday saw 12 races, which means that we do have some drivers shining as our relevant stars and some not having the best of luck. But more to the point, we have another 8 races. We'll start things off in just under 4.5 minutes' time with the first of 4 superheats. Then we go on to the lunch break, and then at 1 p.m. we start the finals. Thereby, this being the penultimate round of the championship, we will head to the home of champions Karting Genk for our 4th and final race weekend. That will then conclude our road to Sarno, to the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place at Sarno, just in the shadows of the iconic Mount Vesuvius in southern Italy, between October the 19th and the 26th. Looking back over yesterday, well, there were quite a few talking points, quite a few dramatic moments along the way. But first of all, looking back at the ranking after heats, following on from mini rookie, junior, DD2, DD2 Masters and seniors. Jensen Chalk leads the way in minis with a perfect score of 3 wins, followed closely by AJ Berghoff. Poland's Michael Zajak from Dan Holland Racing rounds out the top 3, ahead of Jack Freeman, newbie at KR Sports, along with fellow teammate Maria Roberto, who have switched from Dan Holland Racing to KR Sport. Vic van Kampenhout, who was here a couple of weeks ago, along with Freeman and Roberto and a few others, competing in RMC Belgium for their penultimate round of their season. Jeff Verbeek, Jenthe Moonen, Max Jolly round out the top 8 overall. Ryan Rampadanath classed as the highest placed mini rookie yesterday, 9th overall, and continues to lead the mini rookie standings. Jensen Chalk, however, manages to keep a firm grip on the standings as the leader in the championship. Junior Max saw 3 different winners from 3 different races. Boz Maximov, who took the ranking after heats lead by just 3 points ahead of the UK's Jacob Ashcroft, was one of the winners. Ashcroft won Heat 2, and Bran van der Weken, the Belgian with Buvin Power in the 290, was the 3rd different winner. Mate Kobahidze, the Georgian with Dan Holland Racing, having his strongest results so far this season, placed 4th ahead of Lars Lambers. Cameron Nelson, Adam Vida, Luca van Leer, Raymond Banzel and Jim Back rounded out the top 10 in the junior side of things. Vic Stevens, 2 wins for the Belgian in the 327, and also another breakthrough for Ollie Yonkers for Dams Racing, his countryman in the 316, being the 2nd only winner. Jaden Teen ranked 3rd in the ranking after heats, ahead of GKS's Sverre Ubben, with DHR's Macaulay Bishop rounding out the top 5. Danny Shields had a very, very big learning curve, starting from pole position for all 3 heats, and has managed to get some running time at the front end of the field, leading at points and sometimes not having the best of luck, especially in Heat 3. But you also have the likes of Mika van der Pavert, Lawrence Herboz, Jort van Wijk and Luca Coolen, who also could factor in to the superheats and the finals later on. Nikita Genza becomes the new championship leader in DD2, having taken 2 wins yesterday. Imke Arts from the Netherlands in the 405, well, she was definitely a standout performer yesterday from my own opinion, starting from pole position, taking the Heat 2 win and placing 2nd in the ranking after heats, ahead of Mats-Johan Overhoff, who makes his return, not having taken part in the 2nd round back in Marienburg. Fredrik Zevis Christensen is only 3 points behind Nikita Genza, but the Dane did not have the results that maybe he would have liked and ended up 4th. Ahead of Dylan LaHaye, Yori Clebor, Nicolas Guillaume, Michael Becker, for the first time this season, was the leading DD2 Masters driver after the heats, finishing ahead of everybody else in 2 heats. The 3rd heat went the way of Carl Clebor, who has been a stalwart in this championship and also in the Rotax Belgian Max Challenge. So we are just moments away from our first superheat of this round of the championship. Coming up very shortly will be Mini and Mini Rookie for their superheat today on Sunday. Let's kick off finals day in the first grid. And this is a Hitbox. Jensen Chalk starts from pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be AJ Berggraaf. Michael Zayak and Jack Freeman will be on row 2 ahead of Vic van Kampenhout and Jeffrey Bake, making North Belgium row number 3. Jens Moonen and Max Johnny round out row 4 with Ryan Rampadata leading the rookie starting 9th. Ahead is Van der Hollen from Belgium. Taffin Iskanen, Tristan Abils, Jesse Moonen, Theo Steindal, Maria Roberto, Arthur Ferro, Victor Reutz, Albert Ferro, Klaus Hans, Liam Herbols, Pauline Van Pleet, Matthias Verreken, Liam Hauger, Simon Georgiev, Dion Habits, and Jacques Depay rounding out the 26-hole grid. Victor Reutz had a chat with him and his dad this morning at breakfast at the local hotel where I was staying, and has had to fight back tooth and nail to start where he is in 17th position, but we up the ante. We go from 7 minutes plus an additional lap to 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and this is where the real business gets underway. The heats is about survival and making sure you get as high up the ranking after heats as you can in terms of the position that it puts you in for the super heats. But now it's a case of, right, let's see how things go. After this, we'll have the final intermediate classification, which will then decide our grids for the finals. And at that point, Mini and Mini Rookie will go into an 11 minutes plus an additional lap final. Temperatures a lot cooler than yesterday, 16 degrees Celsius, 72% humidity, northeasterly wind to the tune of 22 kilometers per hour. And there is some cloud cover overhead, but it's breezy. It's easier for the drivers to combat these conditions, unlike yesterday when they were sitting on dummy grids with 30 plus degree Celsius air temperature. Red lights on the gantry. Here we go for finals day. Lights are out. And it's a very, very even start heading down in towards turn 2 for the first time. There's been a bit of an incident. One's got a front nacelle flapping about and someone's stopped slowing. That looks to be, couldn't really catch the number. It did start with a 1 and ended with a 4. That's why we're through into turn number 6 and 7 for the first time. That's number 30. That is Paul Steindal. We've seen him compete under the Norwegian flag before in RMC Latvia and Nordic. But at the front end of the field, well, the race has really gotten underway, because after the opening lap, it's Jensen Chalk that leads, AJ Berggraaf in second. Drag race between Mikkel Taffin Niskanen, who's jumped up 8 places. Yellow flags at turn 2. No surprise with the incident that's just transpired down there. So no overtaking permitted, otherwise that will more than likely be investigated. So, yeah, it was Michael Zayak whose front nacelle panel was flapping that. Oh, we've had another spinner go off at turn number 5. Has just rejoined, so it's Van der Hollen. And Michael Zayak might have been the two drivers. Well, Van der Hollen didn't even get past the opening sector, it looks like. A bit of a touch on the gravel on the exit of mud cover by our second place runner at the moment, AJ Berggraaf from the Netherlands, running with SP Motorsports. There have been quite a few chops and changes. Matthias Verreken up to 13th is up the inside of the 102 of Taffin Niskanen. That was a good move there by Jeff Verbeek. And yellow flags heading into turn number 5. Meantime, what a performance. Albert Farrow, the number 42 from the UK, one of the mini rookie drivers, is up 12 places and is running 6th. Great job there by the young Brit. Howard at the front end of the field. Oh, Victor Reutz and Klaus Hans looks to be the two drivers involved in a potential incident at turn 5. There's one driver sitting by, that looks to be Vince van der Hullen, I'm afraid. Off of turn number 2 and turn 3. So we're down to 22 out of 26 competitors. Really trying to hustle along against some chalk. He has done a pretty stunning job at the moment. Jeff Baker's flying around the track at the moment with a best effort of a 48.548 on lap 3. Purple's in sector 2, purple in sectors 2 and 3 by the youngster from Belgium in the 126. So difference between chalk and Bergdorf going into lap number 5 is 2/10. Still Linus Stern of the pair. And also Max Jolly has made his way up 5 places. The young man from Hunter Motorsport who made a very, very convincing debut. As a bit of side-by-side, I think maybe ran about 5th, 6th, 7th position. Those drivers competing there are Dick Van Kampen, Tuffer Niskanen and Albert Farrow. Albert has now dropped another place or 2. Down to 7th head of Jens Moonen. Jack Freeman on the comeback trail. Theo Steindal now rounding out the top 10. Liam Hauger, Dejan Habits, Matthias Verreken. They've all made up significant amount of positional gains, as now we do have confirmed retirements of Vince van der Hullen, Nicholas Zayak, Victor Reutz out. Klaus Hans has got them going again, but it's a lap down off of the leaders. As we're heading into the halfway point of this race. And looking at the pace differential, Max Jolly is the best part of nearly a 10th quicker than the two in front. So he is now starting with that clear air in front of him on the CS55 chassis. The brand endorsed by a man who's currently with Scuderia Ferrari in Formula 1 at the Dutch Grand Prix. The next year switches to Williams, that man being Carlos Sainz. But with 4 minutes to go plus an additional lap, Chalk and Bergdorf very, very close in terms of proximity. 0.12 separates them. Jack Freeman now ahead of Taffi Niskanen, who's dropped to 9th. Jens Moonen now 6th. Arthur Farrow now has got through. So has Tristan Abilzon, Simon Georgiev for 16th and 17th respectively. And still a 2 to 3 kart brawl just coming through into turn number 5. A great battle, really, really showcased here. This is the battle between Jens Moonen, Albert Farrow, Jack Freeman, and also Taffi Niskanen. They come through the Schumacher S, down the final corner, and we're now on to lap number 8 of this race. Fastest lap of the race so far in the pocket of Jack Freeman, the 193 from KR Sports, 48.457. And looking at the leaders, well, Max Jolly is slightly slower, but not by much, by about 6 1,000ths of a second, in comparison with AJ Bergdorf, who is still keeping Jensen Chalk, and from Witten Under Edge in the UK, 164. Very, very honest, and they are still Linus Stern. Max Jolly and Jeff Verbeek battling it out. Verbeek in the slipstream coming out of the final corner and heading into the fast right-hander at turn 1. And Chalk nearly let the door open there, did he? He nearly did, but still had enough to keep 2 wheels on the racing line and keep Bergdorf at bay. Jolly and Verbeek still very much intertwined at the moment. You can't really separate them. And you've got Dick Van Kampen out on his own island, so to speak, in 5th place. Jens Moonen, Jack Freeman, Albert Farrow still running 8th. That's a great effort from the young man from the UK. Then we've got Tapin Iskinen and Theo Steindal, the last two drivers in the top 10. So two rookies, 8th and 10th respectively, are running at the sharper end of the field. Meantime, at the very sharp end of the field, with just under a minute and a half to go, Jenson Chalk is keeping himself, well, he's being kept very much occupied by AJ Bergeraff, who is chomping at the bit to get a move done on the 164 from the UK. It's not really easy on the circuit. This is a very, very challenging track in its own right. But our leaders come through the Schumacher S once again, and Max Jolly looks to be closing. Last time around, he was nearly 2 tenths quicker than AJ Bergeraff. He's just done a 48.441. He's the young man from Hunter Motorsport. Oh, and that was a near potential dive up the inside of Jenson Chalk at turn 2 by AJ Bergeraff. So that gap has come down from first to third to just over a second. Max Jolly's personal best lap, which is the fastest lap of this race out of anybody, 48.383. Last time around, he did a 48.441. Bergeraff for 48.581. Jenson Chalk was nearly 2 tenths slower, 48.635. Time is counting down. And literally with 2 seconds to spare, Jenson Chalk crosses the line as we go on to our penultimate lap. Lap 12 out of 13, very much underway as the top 4 make their way through into the first very, very tricky and technical section. Very windy. So you've got to be very, very careful on how you hit the apexes, rotate the cart on its axles, and get the thing round the corner. And more to the point, also have a straight line speed. Now through into Mutkerva come our top 2. How much closer is Jolly going to be in terms of the race leader? He was 7 tenths behind AJ Bergeraff in second. As we head on to the final lap of the mini rookie superheat, and Bergeraff is really trying to fire it up either the outside or the inside, and there is Max Jolly. He's right there with them. 3 drivers in the opportune moment for the race victory. And Max Jolly right with AJ Bergeraff, who was looking for a move possibly at T5 on the inside of Jenson Chalk. And Jeff Verbeek, well, the time is pretty much up. The corners are fast running out through Mutkerva for the final time here on lap number 13. Through the Schumacher S. Checkered flag is being readied, and it's 4 for 4 for Jenson Chalk. And he hangs on with the top 4 covered by half a second. Second place, AJ Bergeraff. After that one, there have been a couple of penalties that have been issued as well in terms of the drivers. But Jenson Chalk has won 4 races in a row, all 3 qualifying heats yesterday, and now he's won the super heat. That is going to give him a big, big score. That puts him on 110 points so far this weekend. But there are your results. Chalk takes the win ahead of Bergeraff, with Jolly and Verbeek rounding out the top 4, covered by half a second. Van Kampenhout, Jenthimoonen, what a drive from Albert Farrow, finishing 7th, having started 18th amidst all the madness that happened in the opening lap. Tapin Iskinen, Theo Steindal, Jack Freeman, Leon Herbose, Matthias Verreken, Arthur Farrow, Liam Hauger, Pauline Van Praet, Tristan Abils, Plamen Georgiev, Dejan Habits, Ryan Rambadarath finishing all the way down in 19th. Out of Jack Dupre, Maria Roberto, Jesse Moonen and Klaus Hans. Victor Neutz out early, as was Michael Zayek and Vince van der Halen. There are some penalties coming through, but Chalk, Bergeraff and Jolly, your provisional top 3 for the mini and mini rookie superheats. So just to run through the penalties, wrong start position for the number 32, which is Ryan Rampadarath. Drops him down to 22nd. Driver number 102, Daphne Niskanen, 5-second time penalty for causing a collision. Right, AJ Berggraf is no longer second provisionally. That now goes into the hands of Max Jolly because number 171 has been given a post-race 5-second time penalty for a jump start, and the number 9 of Tristan Abeels has been given a time penalty for leaving the corridors at the start, while leaving the corridors with 2 wheels. So, new provisional top 3 for Mini and Mini Rookie in that super heat. Well, Jensen Chalk finished ahead of Max Jolly and Jeff Verbeek. Theo Steindal takes the provisional win in Mini Rookie. Albert Ferro finishes 11th, and Tristan Abeels rounds out the top 3 down in 17th. But next up, at 10:55, we'll get underway with our next super heat, Junior Rotax. Here is your starting grid for Junior Rotax, the Super Heat. Boris Maxwell starts from pole position. Alongside him will be Jacob Ashcroft on the front row. Next up, row 2 is Bran van der Weken and Matek Kobahice. Lars Lambers and Cameron Nelson round out row number 3, ahead of Adam Weber and Luca van Leer. Row 5 completing the top 10, it's Adam van Bansel from India, and from the Netherlands, Jim Bach. Max Swiderski, Lieke van Berkel, Thijs van Wijk, Nicolas Marchand and Ollie Wise will round out the grid. Vlad Tominchuk is a non-starter due to the hefty incident that the 224 sustained yesterday during turn 2 in one of the earlier heats, so we'll see Vlad on track very soon. 9 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap of racing. And from this, we'll then also get our final intermediate classification for the Junior Rotax division, and then thereby that will decide the grid for the final. Their final takes place at 1 this afternoon. Into the tram lines, and it is straight away called a false start by our team on the start line, including race director Martin Leiner. Sending around for another trip. Here at the F-Lantern in Kerpen, just over 1,100 meters. Fast flowing, technical and challenging. So the red lights are back on the starting gantry once again, and the lights this time they go out and we're underway. Run down to turn number 1, everyone jockeying for position. It's going to be Boris Maxwell leading the way up the inside, goes Van der Weken on Jacob Ashcroft. A little bit of touch by Adam Vida on the exit of the curbing as they head through into turn number 5 on the opening time. Early getaway from Boris Maxwell ahead of Van der Weken. There's Max Swiderski. 297 from SLC Karting, these days running on a Sodi kart. They're making their way up towards Mudkurva at full velocity. Maximov has scarpered away early doors, but there's still plenty of this race left to run here at Kerpen. And more to the point, it's going to be the case of who is going to have the advantage. Well, that's clearly in the hands of Boris Maximov, who has a leader over 7/10 of a second. Van der Weken rounding out to second place. Jacob Ashcroft down a place to third. Cameron Nelson, the 241 from the UK, up 2 spots, now ahead of Lars Lambers. Max Swiderski on the opening lap took 5 places. He started 11th, now up to 6th. Anamida, Armin Banzel, Jim Bach. Difficult start for the Super Heat from Matek Kobahice from Georgia. The 291 with Dan Holland Racing has dropped from 4th place and now runs 11th. Still time in this race, however, for the youngster from Georgia. Adam Bansal from India has got the fastest lap. And now there has been a change because Cameron Nelson has just lost 2 places going through into turn number 2. Did have a quick chat with Cameron this morning. He said it is a little bit difficult at points here at Kerpen. Meantime, Max Swiderski has just gotten through on Lars Landers and now moves up to 4th. Be very careful going through mid curve here at the fast left-hander. And then into the chicane at the Michael Schumacher S. Of course, both Michael and Sebastian Vettel, Ralf Schumacher, and a whole host of other talents have made their mark here in their early karting careers. Swiderski, however, is on the warpath at the moment. Back up the inside goes on Lars Landers, who tries to reassert himself, retake the position. Oh, Swiderski hits the grass, goes sideways. That's going to allow Cameron Nelson to get through. Adam Bansal maybe through at turn number 5. And also, well, I've just seen that's Adam Bansal and Alan Vida from the Falcon Racing team. He's also got through. And it's all because of a move attempted by Lars Lambers in the number 242 that meant that Swiderski went slightly onto the grass, kicked up the dirt, and then the floodgates opened. Swiderski now finds himself down in 8th position. Make that 7th as he's just got through. Right, penalties coming through for drivers. Driver 221, Jim Buck, and driver 272, Nicolas Machon, both have a 3-second time penalty to be added onto their total race time post-race for leaving the corridor with 2 wheels outside the tram lines. If it's 3 or if it's the complete set, it's a 5-second penalty. But at the moment, Boris Maximov leads by just over 1.1 seconds. And Bram van der Weyken, here's an attempted move, and that is on, I think that was Lars Lambers. Cameron Nelson got through, and I think Adam Bansal did it at the same time. Swiderski now dives up the inside of Lambers through at turn 5. The drivers showcasing some good exchanges in this particular race, which is now about to hit the half-time mark. Boris Maximov has an initial lead. It was 1.1 seconds, it's just under 1.1 seconds now. Lars Lambers has got to 7th in the meantime. Matic Kobahidze has only just crossed the line. A real shame for the Georgian, who replaced. It was his best ever ranking after heats finished so far in his short tenure in the BNL Karting series, and he managed to get up to, it was 4th after the ranking after heats were confirmed and ratified. Just over 3.5 minutes to go. Anything is possible at this moment in time. More side-by-side action that's involving Max Swiderski. Definitely getting his elbows out. I think that might have been with, not sure if it was Cameron Nelson, possibly some other drivers, but it has been very, very closely packed in this Junior Road Snack Super Heat. Leaders coming through out of Mudkurver, heading into the Schumacher S, followed by Bram van der Weyken, Jacob Ashcroft. Looks like has Cameron Nelson got through on Raymond Bansal? The answer is yes. Nelson up to 4th, Bansal down to 5th. Swiderski is the cork in the bottle in 6th place. Defending into turn number 2. So, well, that is not how you wanted to exit out of turn number 2 for Nicolas Machon, the GKS driver. And again, more exchanges happening into turn 5. As Oh, and Sadurski's got off. Sadurski just went off. The back end stepped out to the right-hand side and put him 180 degrees the wrong way. Disaster for Max Sadurski, who made it up to 6th and was looking to move forward. Two minutes to go, and Boris Maximov has the lead of just over a second. And yep, Sadurski, that's his superheat done, I'm afraid. And Beaver's lost another position, this time to Daes van Dijk from the Netherlands, now up into 8th place. That's a gain of 5 positions for the 246. And the Van Power. And Max Sadurski has rejoined. Well, he was able to get the kart going again and keep it out of the barriers. But is very much a bit too far behind. Ran van der Weken, however, has got the gap down between himself and Boris Maximov to just over 8 tenths. Ashcroft a further best part of a second. So we'll have the scrabble for 6th, maybe even 5th, because that'll have Raymond Bansel at the front end of it. Through they go into turn number 5 once again. Now into the last 50 or so seconds. So more than likely be this and 2 more to go once they cross the start-finish line here at Kerpen. The top 2 just over 8.5 tenths of a second apart. Boris Maximov is setting himself up for something really, really nice today as the timer is expired. Next time around we will head on to the last lap of the Junior Rotax Super Heats. So the last lap is very much underway. Van der Weken has got that gap down to just over 8.5 tenths of a second. Meanwhile, Cameron Nelson battling away with Raymond Bansel for 4th on the road. So the next time Boris Maximov comes round, well, it's going to happen now. Maximov will take the win here in the Super Heat, and he will finish ahead of Bram van der Weken. Jacob Ashcroft rounds out the top 3. Cameron Nelson is going to hang on for 4th place ahead of Raymond Bansel. 6th will be Lars Lambers, followed by Daes van Dijk, Alan Vida, Luca van Leer, Lieke van Berkel, Jim Back, Ollie Wise, Mate Kobahidze, Nicolas Machon. Got one more driver still to go, and just coming through the Schumacher S at the minute is the 297 of Max Sadurski. He comes across the line. Vlad Tominchuk a non-starter, but of course there are the penalties that are going to be issued. So Nicolas Machon will stay 14th. The 221 of Jim Back will drop down the order and will drop, funny enough, to 14th after that. But Maximov, Van der Weken and Ashcroft, your provisional top 3 for the Junior Rotax Superheat here at Kerpen. and DD2 Masters up next for their superheat, and with 12 minutes on the clock plus an additional lap. Here's the starting order. Nikita Genza, the new championship leader after the ranking after heats yesterday, starts from pole position. And he'll be joined by the very, very quick Imke Arts from the Netherlands. She'll be alongside the German on the front row, Mats-Johan Oberhof and Fredrik Zeves Christensen will round out row 2 ahead of Dylan LaHaye and Jordi Devil. Nicola Guillaume and Michael Becker round out row number 4 with Karl Kavor and Max Schubmann completing the top 10. Penultimate row, row number 6, sees Luca Neuenhausen and Louis Koch alongside each other, with Maximilien Adolphe and Christophe Capitain rounding out the 14-strong grid. We head onto the official formation lap. So looking at the points in the row, 360 to Nikita Genza. 357 to Fredrik Zeves Christensen. Dylan LaHaye third in the championship standings on 326, and then tied for fourth equal on 322 points apiece, Nicola Guillaume and Imke Arts. And the Masters side of things, Karl Kavor currently is on 276 points, 14 ahead of Christophe Capitain. Michael Becker a further 4 points adrift, rounding out the top 3 in the DD2 Masters standings heading into today. We'll have a further understanding of the championship picture come the end of this race weekend here at Kerpen. Drivers start to slowly make their way out of the final corner. The red lights are on the starting gantry. Into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out. And we're underway and racing. Heading down into turn number 1 for the first time and into turn 2. And a good start by Mats-Johan Oberhof, who manages to make his way up into second position. Imke Arts has ended up down in 6th place behind Dylan LaHaye and Nicola Guillaume as well. Along with Fredrik Zeves Christensen is ahead of the 4:05. Karl Kavor has managed to spring up the order a couple of places. He's made up 2 places. Genza leads after the opening lap. Mats-Johan Oberhof being chased down by Dylan LaHaye for P2. Guillaume now on the offensive, trying to look past his SP Motorsport teammate. That is the battle for P3. But it looks like Nikita Genza has got an initial advantage as through into Mut Curve. Mats-Johan Oberhof opens up the radiator lap on his Rotax Max Evo 125cc engine. Genza has now nearly a 1-second advantage over Oberhof, who's gone defensive, as Fredrik Zeves Christensen trying to wrestle his way past Nicola Guillaume, who touches the slight water puddle on the outside curbing coming out of turn number 2. Guillaume defended masterfully through that corner at turn 2 and then had the inside line for 3. Genza looks to extend that lead even further. I think it's going to be north of the second very shortly as we come round to complete lap 3. Lap 3 in the books. Lead now is over a 1.25 seconds. And what's more, Genza now running at nigh on, well, close to qualifying pace. He's just put in a 44.587. Overhoff 44.930. LaHaye 45.1. Guillaume 44.7. Zevis Christensen and Imke Arts also on a 44.7. Meantime, Imke Arts is having to battle with, well, she's got Fredrik Zevis Christensen behind her now, so Imke Arts moves up the order to 5th, ahead of the Dane. Leading the way in the Masters class in 7th overall, the Baker, Carl Clivor. He's ahead of son Jordi. Michael Becker rounds out the top 2 in Masters and is currently 9th, ahead of Louis Koch. And up to 8.5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Genza still starting to try and pull that gap that he's got already of nearly 1.3 seconds over Mats-Johan Overhoff. He's defending for 2nd place at the moment, with the 2 SP Motorsport Kart Republic drivers behind him. Dylan LaHaye and Nicolas Guillaume are giving chase. Gap still around about the 1.3 second mark. Imke Arts, however, has just put in the fastest lap of anybody in this race so far, and she is now charging towards the trio in front of her. Looks like Jordi Kerpen might have just gotten past Father Dad Carl through into turn 5, but Imke Arts has put in a monstrous lap, exactly a 1/10 of a second quicker than the man leading the way, Nikita Genza. She put in a 44.316. And this battle for 2nd is really starting to intensify with the pace that Imke Arts has got right now. Nikita Genza has just put in a personal best, 44.358. And that was a big amount quicker than Mats-Johan Overhoff. That was 4/10 quicker. The gap now 1.7. Dylan LaHaye starting to hustle along like a trooper. And we will see in years past, after last year when he actually took a break from racing for 12 months. Nikita Genza is through the Schumacher S, now coming out of the final corner. And this time crosses the line to complete lap 7. New fastest lap of the race, Jordi Kleber, as here comes Imke Arts steamrolling up the inside of Nicolas Guillaume. And Guillaume is off and sideways, and he's lost 2 positions. But Imke Arts had to see a window open. She went for it, went up the inside. And that allowed Fredrik Zevis Christensen and Jordi Kleber to get through. And I spoke with Nicolas Guillaume earlier on this morning, his girlfriend Lizanne Kielster. And yeah, he said he had major problems yesterday. Felt things not exactly firing as they should do when it came to the engine, so like 5-6 laps into the 3rd and final heat. Did his wonderful overtake at turn 4, is up the inside through 5. As Dylan LaHaye got through on Mats-Johan Overhoff, he made it work. And now Imke Arts is the next one that's got to try and attempt to get past the 401. Now was there a moment there for Mats-Johan Overhoff? Well, there was, but then it also meant that there was a moment for Imke Arts. So now it's all changed once again. Imke Arts drops down the field. And Fredrik Zevis Christensen is now going to be in 3rd place, or is now going to be in 4th place, behind Mats-Johan Overhoff. Jordi Kleber, Imke Arts, Nicolas Guillaume. Louis Koch has made his way up from 12th on the grid to 8th. So the German from DL Motorsport run through Genza is now striding away. He has checked out. There is no way on God's green earth for anyone, and even if it is Dylan LaHaye, I don't care who you are, if you've got a 2.5 second advantage around a track like this here at Kerpen, and you've got 4.5 minutes to go. Lead now 2 3/4 seconds in favour of Nikita Genza ahead of Gunnar Lahey. Mats Johan Overhoff is now caught in the proverbial bottom here in DD2. Masters currently being led by Carl Klibor, who's only 2/10 in front of Michael Becker. They have got a DD2 driver in between them, Maximilian Adolf, number 424. Running with RTM Racing Team Margraf. Everyone's still running, and at the back end of the field, Christophe Capitain, number 599 from France, running on the EOS chassis with RM Concepts, the team run and operated by a man who went to the grand finals in 2021 at Bahrain. Oh no, Yuri Klebor gets collected! And that is Nicolas Guillaume off the circuit again. No. Oh dear, that is not what you want to see. Yuri Klebor bounced up into the air, landed on all 4 wheels, and then Nicolas Guillaume, unfortunately, I think might have just been caught up in that incident there. Didn't see the whole picture, but all I saw was the aftermath of Klebor getting flung up into the air. And it was contact between Nicolas Guillaume, and there's more contact. Oh, Maximilian Adolf into the right-hand side of Carl Klebor at exactly the same corner, 1 lap later. Well, what can you say? Nicolas Guillaume, no surprise, has parked it, and he is not going to be best pleased. I can tell you that now. With another 2.25 minutes, plus an additional lap, and Nikita Genza is holding on to that race lead. And I think that's going to be... I think that's possibly going to be... Yeah, Carl Klebor and Maximilian Adolf, they have got past the start-finish line, but Michael Becker now up into 6th, has a lead in the DD2 Masters class. He's got 3 karts between himself and his nearest challenger, Christophe Capitain. Might have the tables turned again. And the way that Michael Becker is having a good run of form here on home soil, and we're not too far from where he resides in Hagen. MK Arts is very much with Fredrik Sebis Christensen. This is the battle for P4. Remember that MK Arts started on the outside of the front row. So the more damage limitation that MK Arts can do now, the better off she'll be with regards to Briggs when it comes to the final a little bit later on. Genza crosses the line after lap number 15. 3 to go after this one. Lahey 2.9 seconds adrift for the race leader. Mats Johan Overhoff in 3rd. Imke Arts now has made her way back up into 2nd position. Up from starting 2nd position, dropped to around about 6th or 7th. Now is back up to 4th. Luke Neuenhausen, in the meantime, has made up 2 positions from 11th up to 9th. There's, well, 2 laps to go, and Nikita Genza already making his way through into turn 3 as we speak. There he is. So briefly, looking to catch him through the shot. Imke Arts again has put in another new fastest lap of the race, 44.210, exactly 2/10 quicker than the previous lap time set, the best lap time set by Mats Johan Overhoff, but Imke Arts was nearly a quarter of a second quicker. The timer has expired, so this time around, Nikita Genza sees the last lap board. Second, Dylan LaHaye. Third, Mats Johan Overhoff, who looks over his right shoulder and sees that Imke Arts is there. Final lap very much underway here at Kerpen. It is going to be a case of can Imke Arts get herself up into P3. This will help her final intermediate, the rankings reference the final intermediate classification. But one driver amongst all has done what he's needed to do. Genza takes the win. Second, LaHaye. Third, Overhoff. Arts in fourth. Zevis Christensen in fifth. Michael Becker takes another class win. That's 3 out of 4 races for the 504 based out of Hagen. Mark Schubmann makes up third, 3 places to finish 7th. Louis Koch started from the outside of row number 6 and finished in 8th. Ahead of Luca Neuenhausen, Christophe Capitan, Yori Klebo, Maximilian Adolphe and Karl Klebo rounding out the finishing order, with Nicolas Guillaume, I think, with terminal damage, well, race-ending damage on lap number 11. That's it. There's your top 3. Genza, LaHaye and Overhoff, the top 3 in the DD2 and DD2 Masters for the Super Heat here on Sunday. Time for our last super heat for round 3, and it's time to turn our attention to senior Rotax. Here's your starting grid, following on from the ranking after heats yesterday. Vic Stevens from Bouvin Power will start on pole position. Alongside him, it will be his countryman from Dams Racing, Olivier Yonkers, on the front row. Then it's DHR and GKS on row 2, thanks to Jaden Teams for Urban. DHR and KR Sports on row 3, with Macaulay Bishop and Danny Shields rounding out that row. Mika van der Pavet from SP Motorsport, joined by Bouvin Power's Lawrence Herboz on row number 4, with Jort van Wijk and Luca Cullen from Bouvin Power and Kart Racing Sud completing the top 10. Rounding out the grid, it will be Ralph van der Pavet, Martin Geiskens, Sebastian Koch, Devian Rust for the Falcon Racing Team, Luca Prima running as an independent, Lloyd Hare for Racing Evolution, Archie Buttle for KR Sports, Zach Heslop, another privateer, rounding out 18th, with Falcon Racing's Ava Dotterstein and GKS Lemons Powers, Giorgio Markenstein rounding out the 20-strong grid. 12 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. Jaden Team still has a lead in the championship, 369 points for the Dutchman in the 359 after the ranking after heats. Second is Macaulay Bishop on 348, with Vic Stevens on 344. Sverre Ubben rounds out the top 4 in the championship standings on 327 points. Next up, Lawrence Herboz moves up to 5th in the championship ahead of Archie Buttle. Ollie Yonkers has moved up the table quite a bit. He's actually 1 point ahead of the current the man who is the champion from last year, Hunter Motorsports, Kai Hunter. But red lights on the gantry. Here we go. Revs rise. Lights are out first time. And it's the run down to turns 1, which they now nicely negotiate 2 wide at the majority of the top part. But there's a bit of pushing and shoving. Jaden Team having to wrestle with the steering wheel there a little bit, going through into that first main corner on the circuit. But we have got one of the KR Sport carts going a little bit wide, coming out of turn number 6. There's Ross who found himself down the order in 14th at the start, along with teammate David Dotterstein, who started 19th. But at the moment, it is going to be the fact that it is Macaulay Bishop that's made his way up to 2nd position. Great start by the Briton based out of Hoddesdon, and he's diving up the inside through into turn 2 and wrestles the lead away from Vic Stevens, who's now got Jaden Teen closely following him in his wheel tracks into turn 5, the left-hander. Now through into 6, down the dip, into 7, the right-hander then into the left at 8. And it was too wide coming through that corner, and someone went a little bit wide on the outskirts. Might have been Ralph van der Pavet, but Macaulay Bishop, now having got the lead at turn 2, has got at least a 2 to 3 kart length lead over Jaden Teen, his teammates. These are the 2 main protagonists from Dan Holland Racing, battling for the title this year. Side by side, a little bit further back between Ollie Yonkers and Jort van Wijk. Jort van Wijk has made up 5 places from 9th on the grid and is running strong. And right on his rear bumper is the number 327, our pole sitter, Vic Stevens, who's found himself all the way down in 6th. And Lawrence Herboz was trying to make a move on Sebastian Koch, who's made up 5 places. Now up to 8th position, so Sebastian running under the German flag, also proudly sporting Belgian heritage on his race suits. Well, Ollie Yonkers now 6, move and change for 4th. That was Vic Stevens on Jort van Wijk. They've got Ollie Yonkers right with them. Danny Shields has had a drama, so he was the one that went wide early doors. And Danny Shields has now dropped all the way down to 17th position. He's behind Zach Heslop for the Racing Evolution squad, and also Falcon Racing's Ava Dodderstein, one of the 4 finalists for last year's FIA Girls on Track scheme. Runs in a junior and other categories, but runs as a senior in Rotax. Also takes part in the Dutch Championship powered by Chrono Karting. Oh, and a drama there for Mika van der Pavet coming out of turn number 2. Ran wide. Might have had someone going up the inside, and sometimes you're trying to give enough racing room, but you have to also be wary of the limitations that you have of tyres and tarmac being connected as one together. But with 8.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, Macaulay Bishop still leads the way. Ahead of teammate Jaden Teen. Mika van der Pavet has dropped down to 7th behind Sebastian Koch, who's made up 7 places. Now running a strong 6th and could start to close in on his teammate from the same morning, Ollie Yonkers, in the 316. Lloyd Hare from Racing Evolution has made his way up 5 places. Runs 11th head of the 398 of Lawrence Haraboz, who's dropped 4 positions from 8th to 12th. But new fastest lap by the driver in 3rd place, Vic Stevens, 44.923. We now go on to lap number 7. As Mika van der Pavet manages to get through on Sverre Ubben at turn 2. And there's his brother Ralph running with SR Solutions, also trying to look for his opportunity to get through. But it's not quite happening yet. So several drivers getting their head down, trying to make up as much time as possible. Also to close the gap to those in front. At the back of that train in 11th position. Behind Mika van der Pavet, who's running 7th, is Devian Russ in number 335. And Sverre Ubben dives up the inside. He's through on Mika van der Pavet. They got very, very close between the 2 brothers. Mika being the younger of the 2. Chess games, they continue here at Kerpen in the senior Rotax Superheats. And more to the point, well, Macaulay Bishop, once he got through on Vic Stevens, he has not had to worry about relinquishing that lead. I think this could also be a little bit of a strategy from Jaden Teen, just to not put all your cards on the table quite yet. You want to get through this Superheat, you want to make as many positions as possible. If you are not in the race, in the lead of the race, looks like we have lost Martin Gaskins, did not come through and break the timing beam for sector number 3, so I feel might have parked it. So we are down to 19 runners. And the battle for 4th really heating up, as is the battle for, I would probably say, around about 11th position, but 4th, 5th and 6th now being contested by Jort van Wijk. There's Sebastian Koch up the inside through at turn 5 on Ollie Yonkers. That's a change between the 2 racers from Dams. So Koch now up 8 places, from 13th on the grid, now 5th, and is charging. And more to the point, well, he was over a 10.5 quicker than his teammate on the previous tour. He was also about the same, well, there was slightly more time that Jort van Wijk lost out to Sebastian Koch on the last lap. 44.859 is the best lap time for Sebastian Koch. And he did a 45.004. Yonkers 45.3 Van Wyk, also a low 45. Also, I think it was a personal best. Three and 3/4 minutes to go. And still the battles wage on. Sebastian Koch now putting the front is on Jort Van Wyk. Coming out of the final corner, and he's going to dive to the inside here at turn number 2. Easily made was that overtake on Jort Van Wyk by Sebastian Koch, who now has clear air and can start chasing down Vic Stevens up the road in third. It's going to be the best part of 2 seconds that the German is going to have to make up. But there's a possibility. If you've got clear air in front of you, and look, he's already pulling a couple of karts length the lead over Jort Van Wyk, going through into Mutkirva. New fastest lap in the meantime by Vic Stevens, as that is a move and a change for 5th. Ollie Jonkers through on Jort Van Wyk. Then behind them, Sverre Ubben, Mika van der Pavet, Devian Rost up the inside. Oh, that was chancing it by the 335 Falcon Racing Team driver up the inside of Mika van der Pavet like it was nothing. A great textbook move from Devian Rost. And that just goes to show, well, last year he had a really, really good season when it came to race pace. Didn't have Lady Luck or the results on his side, to be completely truthful with you. But now, having made changes for 2024, he's really been reinvigorated, and now he's going to go after Sverre Ubben. And that is going to be the battle for 7th place. Devian Rost already up 6 positions from the start. Started 14th. His teammate Eva Dodderstein now ahead of Zach Heslop and Archie Buttle. And she currently runs in 15th place. Devian Rost looking for that move on Sverre Ubben. Might chance it. Coming out of the final corner, he's going to get the slipstream here. Is Devian Rost into turn number 2. And he's just over a tenth and a bit behind. But Devian Rost has also, in the meantime, made that move on Sverre Ubben. So change for 6th. Sorry, 7th there. So Devian Rost making good his intentions, wanting to get as far up the field as possible in order to maximise his chances. But it's not for the win, it's going to be a podium in the final later on. Luca Primas drops all the way down to 19th. The time is fast running out. We are going to be on the window. 3, 2, 1. Final lap underway for the Senior Super. Bishop leads team by just over 0.7 of a second. Vic Stevens in third as our leaders making their way through into turn 5 for the 17th and final time. Bishop, when he got through, has not looked back. This is really going to put him on the best foot forward. It's going to help close the gap to Jaden Teen in the championship standings once we have the final intermediate classification ratified and confirmed. But after 17 laps here of this 1.1 kilometre circuit here at Kerpen, Bishop punches his way to victory ahead of teammate Jaden Teen. Vic Stevens rounds out the top 3. What a drive from Dams Racing. Sebastian Koch from Germany up 9 places at the end of it to 4th position ahead of teammate Ollie Jonkers. Jort van Wijk finishes 6th, having started 9th. Devian Hurst from Falcon Racing team started 14th, finished 7th. Sverre Ubben rounds out the top 8 ahead of the two brothers, Mika and Ralph van der Pavert. Lloyd Hare from Racing Evolution made up 5 places to finish 11th ahead of Lawrence Haraboz. Danny Shields, it could have been a very, very different race for the KR Sport driver based out of the UAE. Started a little bit further up the order. Started 6th, ended up 13th. Good work by Ava Dodderstein, making her BNL Karting Series debut with the Falcon Racing team this weekend. Having been competing at Karting Genk last weekend, just a week ago. She made up 5 places to finish 14th, ahead of Luca Cullen, Zach Heslop, Archie Buttle, Giorgio Markenstein and Luca Prima all made it to the finish. Martin Gaskins, however, would park the cart on lap number 7 with Bishop, Teen and Stevens, your provisional top 3 in the senior superheat. Well, that's it for the superheats. Of course, we're waiting for the official final intermediate classifications to be coming through, and then we'll have our grids decided for the finals. 1 p.m. is the starting time as we get ready for the business end of round 3 of the 2024 season, with the road to Sarno yet to be completed, and that will end on the 29th of September at Karting Genk, the home of champions. We'll see you just before 1 o'clock after the lunch break for the finals. Time for the mini and mini rookie final for round 3. Jensen Chalk, who now has 416 points and continues to lead the championship, starts from pole position, looking to clean sweep the weekend. Starts on pole alongside him, AJ Bergdorf on the front row, now having taken up to 365 points his tally. Jeffrey Bake and Jack Freeman round out the second row. Max Jolly and Michael Zayak on row number 2, with Jente Moon and Vic van Kampenhout, Theo Steindal and Tappe Niskanen rounding out the top 10. Steindal, the leading mini rookie after the final intermediate classification. Also, Ryan Rampadarath, Leon Herbos, Albert Farrow, Matthias Verreken, Tristan Avils, Arthur Farrow, Vince van der Hollen starting 17th. Currently second in the championship on 383 points. He's got a lot of work to do. Head of Pauline Van Preet, Jesse Moonen, Liam Hauger, Maria Roberto starting 21st, head of Victor Reutz, Klaus Hans, Plamen Georgiev, Dejan Habits and Jack Debray rounding out the grid. So the drivers will now make their way towards the Michael Schumacher S here at Kerpen, ahead of their 11 minutes plus an additional lap final. Jensen Chalk has been the driver to beat all weekend long throughout the racing. And he has the perfect first foot forward to help him make it through. But there is a lot that can happen in 11 minutes. Also, one driver, that is Victor Reutz, will be starting from the back of the grid. The revs rise for the final. It's a full start. They're going to go round again. So the tension is building. Drivers settling themselves through the turns 7 and 8 chicane. And through now into Mudkova. Jensen Chalk and AJ Bergdorf once again lining up alongside each other. For those wondering at home, pole position will be on the right-hand side of the circuit. The adrenaline is building, the tension right through the roof. Jensen Chalk, who won the final at Marienburg at round 2, has continued his win rate right the way through. Victor Reutz, Michael Zayak and Vince van der Hollen have also taken a maximum score during points of the weekends. But here we go, the revs rise, the lights are out, we're underway for the final. Good start by the inside of the front row with Jensen Chalk leading Jeff Verbeek, Max Jolly up to P3 as everyone tries to get through into turn number 2. A little bit of wrestling with steering wheels. Oh, and up into the air. That was the number 10 of Jesse Moonen. And I think it was a kart that started with a 1-3. Looks like it's Pauline Van Preet, the 135 from Dams Racing, the young lady from Belgium, coming together rather heavily. And Pauline Van Preet was bouncing up and down in the air as a result of that incident of the exit of turn number 2, but Jensen Chalk has got an early getaway. So after the opening lap, Jensen Chalk leads. AJ Bergdorf second, Jeff Verbeek down to third, Jente Moonen up 3 places to 4th and is ahead of Hunter Motorsports' Max Jolly in the number 114. Theo Steindal The youngster in the number 30 from Latvia, now up 3 places. And is up to 6th ahead of Jack Freeman, Vic van Kampenhout, Michael Zayak and Albert Farrow round out the top 10. So Victor Deutz already making some headway. Might have already made up 3 places in the initial goings, but Pauline Van Pleet is still going. Yes, Simonen is unfortunately looking to be out of the race as we come round the final corner once again. And Jensen Chalk still leads, but Jeff Verbeek closing in on AJ Bergerath for 2nd position. Now the hard braking zone, turn it in, rotate through turn number 2. Sweep the cart to the right-hand side into 3. Oh, and another incident has just happened at turn 2. Oh, one kicked up the dust. Not too sure who was involved in that incident. Just caught the tail end as it came through into shot. The top 3 covered by 3.5 tenths after the opening 2 laps. We still have just over 8 minutes 40 on the timer to go. Bergerath getting a good run through Mudkurva, closing ever so slightly to Jensen Chalk. Jeff Verbeek set the fastest lap last time around. Bergerath was fastest in sector 1. Max Jolly has got past Jente Moonen and now runs 4th. The top 3 line astern. Jolly trying to chase them down. Steindal, I think, might have just gotten through on one driver. Steindal running with GKS Lemmens Power. And just got through on, I think, maybe Vic van Kampenhout in the 147. So the stalemate continues onwards here at the top 3. Chalk leads, Bergerath 2nd, Verbeek 3rd. Fastest lap of the race, Vince van der Hullen. Oh, and a mistake! Oh, AJ Bergerath's around. This is going to give the opportunity to Jeff Verbeek to maybe close in on Jensen Chalk, but disaster for the 171 from SP Motorsport. Round and backwards went the 171 at turn number 2. Now Jensen Chalk has got Jeff Verbeek right up his rear exhaust. Max Jolly is going along for the ride in the number 114 for Hunter Motorsport. Now Max Jolly, who made his debut in Europe, let's not forget, last time out at round 2, has already amassed 236 points. And the thing is, the championship is decided by the best 10 of 12 scores over the course of the season. So you have 3 scores over the course of a weekend. So for qualifying heats, final intermediate classification, and the final itself. And this could really put Max Jolly as an outside bet for maybe a top 3, maybe even a top 5 in the championship standings come the season finale on the last weekend of September at Karting Genk. But AJ Bergerath rejoins in 12th position. That's a little bit of heartbreak. I'm not too sure if there might have been contact between Verbeek and Bergerath going into that second corner. But Verbeek is now gunning down and trying to get through on Jensen Chalk. But the thing is, Verbeek is Belgian meat in the British sandwich right about now, because Max Jolly on that CS55 chassis is absolutely hell-bent on trying to get through. He was 3rd in the final at Marienborg last time out. We're past the halfway point now. 5.5 minutes exactly on the timer to go, plus an additional lap. Verbeek is trying to really put the frighteners on Jensen Chalk, but Jensen Chalk has been around in mini and micro racing in Rotax for many a year. And one of the main people that's really helped his career, I have to give this man a shout out, Mark Baines. and his son Jordan have really helped Jensen and his dad Mike to really propel the young man to what he is now. But there's been an overtake happening. I think maybe Yenthi Moonen went wide through turn 5. Theo Steindal going through in the number 30. We're now on to lap number 8 of this race. And fastly about to come to complete said laps. 19 degrees air temperature, 49% humidity, cloud cover around 25%, northeasterly winds around 19 kilometers an hour. Give or take this about 11 mph. Pauline Van Peet has retired the karts, I'm afraid. So we're down to 24. There's a little bit of a 2 and 8 happening between Yenthi Moonen and Arthur Farrow. Arthur Farrow's had a really good climb up the order. He's looking up the inside through into turn 5. Oh, more drama. More drama there. And someone went around. I don't know, it wasn't Vic Van Kampen now. I think it might have been Arthur Farrow. He went for the move up the inside through at turn 5. It's a difficult place to pass, but if you pull off that move, you're going to be really, really filled full of adrenaline. And more to the point, you're going to have that. You're going to be grinning like the Cheshire Cat. So the top 6, it was Arthur Farrow. That's a real shame. He made up 9 places to that point. Meantime, the comeback kid, AJ Berggraff, trying to go side by side with Poland's Michael Zajak through turn 2. So the drivers make their way down the dip. Berggraff now ahead of Vince van der Halen, who's made up 7 places. Great work also by Maria Roberto, the number 152 from KR Sport. She's definitely been getting on with business. And she's up 10 places from 21st on the grid, now running 11th. 7.5 tenths cover the top 3. So Chalk from Verbeek with Jolly rounding out the top 3. Jensen Chalk has the fastest lap in his pocket. AJ Berggraff going for another move, this time on Vic Van Kampenhout. Van Kampenhout defends and takes the racing line. I think Vince van der Halen might have gotten through, possibly. Yes, he did. He did. I saw that just as they ran through turn number 5. So van der Halen up another place. That is 8 positions gained from 17th on the grid after the final intermediate classification. And behind Theo Steindal, Yenthi Moonen is the cork in the bottle. Meantime, Michael Zajak looks up the inside, so does Vic Van Kampenhout. It's going to be wheel to wheel between the pair as they run through into turn 3. Van Kampenhout's going to at least lose 1, maybe even 2 spots. Oh, big moment through turn number 4. Big moment, and who was that around? I think that might have been Vince van der Halen, possibly. It all came to drama at turn 4. Leaders now coming through the Michael Schumacher S on what will be the completion of lap number 12. Jensen Chalk, has he expanded the advantage? The answer is yes. He's gone up to half a second lead over Jeff Verbeek. Yes, Vince van der Halen has dropped, and quite considerably. He's back where he started, down to 17th. Oh, moment there nearly for AJ Berggraff. Maria Roberto now up 12 places. She's running 9th behind Berggraff, who's trying to get through on Vic Van Kampenhout for 7th place. There are the trio. Down the hill into turn 7 and 8. So it's a bit of a piff-paff chicane there. And they run up the hill here towards turn 9 at Mudkurva. So 2 more laps remain as Jensen Chalk's lead has been halved. Jeff Verbeek now just under 3/10 of a second behind. Max Jolly running very strongly, but he's lost a lot of that momentum he's had. Maybe he just wants to go, you know what, I would have loved to have gone for the win. I would have loved to have gone for the victory. You know what, these 2 guys in front of me, I need to score some really, really good points. And if that is the case, that puts Max Jolly on 4 points shy of 300 going into the final round of the championship. And as I said, there is a possibility. Anything's possible. 165 points if you get a clean sweep over the weekend. And that is what we're one lap away from doing with Jensen Chalk. Final lap underway. 10th and a half separate the top two. Verbeek looks to the outside through the second corner. Chalk defence, and now he's looking worriedly over his left and right shoulders. Now into 3, into 4, into 5. Tight defence there from Jensen Chalk. Very, very good little bit of nous there used by the young man from Wootton under edge. Verbeek hot on his heels, nigh on bump drafting into turn 7 and 8. Now the run through 9. At Mutkerver for the final time. He's been put under pressure all weekend long, and as they say, you reap what you sow. Jensen Chalk does the clean sweep here at Kerpen at round 3, winning by 0.2 of a second. Max Jolly, welcome back once again to the podium, my friend. 2 successive rounds sees the Hunter Motorsport Brigade have a young star in the making, thanks to Max Jolly finishing 3rd. Jack Freeman takes 4th on his BNL KR Sport debut. Theo Steindal, the youngster from Latvia, started 9th, finishes 5th overall and wins mini rookie. Mikhail Zayak will have to consolidate himself with a 5th place in the class. 6th overall ahead of AJ Bergeraff, Vic van Kampenhout, and the biggest mover up the grid, Maria Roberto, 21st to 9th. Jenthimunen takes 10th head of Arthur Farrow. Albert Farrow takes 12th head of Ryan Rampadarath. Taffen Iskanen, Leon Herbos, Vince van der Haaland, well, it was going so well until it went badly wrong at turn 4, a few laps from the end. Finishes 16th head of Tristan Abiels, Matthias Verreken, Dejan Habits, Klaus Hans, Liam Hauger, Victor Reutz, 22nd, having started from the exit of the dummy grid. Head of Plamen Georgiev. Jack Dupre being the last of the classified finishers, lap 6. Pauline Van Preet retired with Jesimunen out on the opening lap after contact with the 135. But Jensen Chalk, well, is the man of the moment and continues to lead the way to the final round at Karting Genk in late September. Let's take you through the starting grid for the junior Rotax final for round number 3. Starting on pole position will be Boris Maximov, who has now moved up to second in the championship standings. Alongside him, new points leader after finishing second in the ranking after heats and second in the final intermediate classification, number 222 of Great Britain's Jacob Ashcroft. Bran van der Weyken and Cameron Nelson round out row number 2. Then we've got Lars Lambers and Adam Vida on row 3. Mate Gobahidze, the youngster from Georgia, joined by India's Aryaman Bansal, Luca van Leer, Thijs van Wijk, Lieke van Berkel, Jim Back, Nicolas Marchand, Ollie Wise and Max Sidursky round out the grid. Vlad Tominchuk is a non-starter. So Jacob Ashcroft on 410 points. Boris Maximov now second in the standings on 397. Thijs van Wijk on 375 rounds out the top 3. Then we also have the likes of Cameron Nelson, who is on 364 points. Mate Gobahidze has gone up the order and is actually tied with Lars Lambers on 306 points apiece towards the bottom part of the top 10. So the apple cart, the sand timers, whatever you want to call, the paradigm shift is happening. Harry Bartel was the championship leader. Has not been with us here at Kerpen, so we'll have 2 drop scores of 0 points. But more to the point, Ashcroft, last year's champion in Minimax, pretty much having the perfect season. Some of the drivers will head on to Lonato for the final round of the Euro Trophy next weekend, but the final gets underway right now. Here we go. And a good start by the inside line as the drivers make their way into turn 2. All trying to get through. They all have got through at 3. Still some juxtaposing for position. Adam Vida being stuck between a rock and a hard place in the Falcon chassis. The Falcon Racing team not new to Rotax in terms of their drivers, but the entity is in Falcon, have now come into Rotax as of this round. For the moment, Maximov leads. Second, Van der Weyken in the 290. Then Ashcroft in the 222. Maximov, after the opening lap, has a lead of just under 3.5 tenths of a second ahead of Bran van der Weyken, Jacob Ashcroft, Lars Lambers, Mate Gobahidze up 2 places already. The youngster running with Dan Holland Racing from Georgia, now up to 5th and trying to catch those in front. This has been the best weekend so far for Mate Gobahidze. Luca van Leer, Thijs van Wijk, both up 2 places and round out the top 8. Max Sidursky, no surprise here with his previous form, also a previous BNL Karting Series champion, predominantly in Mini, has made his way up 4 places. So after 2 laps, new fastest lap done by Bran van der Weyken in second position, 45.566. Van der Weyken quickest in the opening sector. Sector 2, Maximov. Sector 3, Ashcroft. It's getting really close out there. Sharp end before the first couple of minutes done and dusted. Still another 9 plus an additional lap to go. Through into the Schumacher S go our drivers, as Van der Weyken is not wanting to hang around for too much longer behind. Boris Maximov looks to dive to the inside. Now, bearing in mind they are both under the same awning, so Berger Bouvin will be keeping a close set of eyes on his 2 drivers at the front end of the field. The drivers continue on their merry way. Fastest lap of the race so far by the driver down in 11th, Luca van Leer in the 284. Last time round after 3 laps put in a 45.457. Van der Weyken, is he any closer? Fractionally closer to Boris Maximov, but here comes the move up the inside. Bran van der Weyken takes the lead on turn 2, lap 4, and gets through on Boris Maximov. And now, well, I can hear the Jaws music burning its imprint into my eardrums at the moment, courtesy of Maximov in second and Ashcroft in third. Like the old Minimax days a couple of years back. Down into turn 2 here on lap number 6. The top 3 covered by less than 4/10 of a second. The quickest of the trio was the man in third, Ashcroft. Not by much though. Luca van Leer, another new personal best and also fastest lap of the race. Looks like Adam Vida trying to get through on Luca van Leer possibly. Got the job done on the 286 Falcon. Now Maximov is losing a little bit of pace at times on the circuit in comparison to the race leader. But when you have someone like Jacob Ashcroft behind you, the first thing you want to do is you want to just try and make sure he doesn't get past. That's easier said than done. So the top 3 make their way through Mudkurva, passing the gravel trap on the right-hand side of that left-hander through the Schumacher S. Lars Lambers is starting to catch. So is Madek Kubahidze. Looking at the lap times, well, Van der Weyken, Maximov and Ashcroft all set their the last lap times they've just set. Personal best for the 3 of them. Thijs van Wijk, however, in the number 246, who started 10th, now has the fastest lap of the race, 45.233. Just over the halfway point of this race. Adam Vida's found himself dropping all the way down to 10th ahead of Raymond Bansal from India, who started in 8th place. Ollie Wise from the UK in 256 has made his way up to 12th. Once again, we go around for just a lap of just over 1,100 metres here at the F1 in Kerpen. It's all about who blinks first. Who's going to be the one that pulls the pin on the grenade and throws it. And at the minute, it's become a little bit more stable, let's say. Drivers are still able to push. Not to the point where it just gets a bit silly and unnecessary. Luca van Leer, in the meantime, did have the fastest lap of the race, but back it goes to Thijs van Wijk in the 246, who's right with Madek Kubahidze and also Lars Lambers. That's the battle from 6th up to 4th. So the 3 drivers very much in the mix, but they've also got to try and, if they find that they're losing time to those and move forwards. That's going to be easier said than done, if I'm completely truthful. But there is going to be a dive up the inside. Oh, well, there we go. A bit of a move up the inside of Madek Kubahidze. Thijs van Wijk, I think, managed to get through on both the Georgian, whilst in the meantime, Max Swiderski is closing in on Luca van Leer. There's Madek Kubahidze coming down the hill through turn 6 into 7 and 8, and he's got Thijs van Dijk in front, so that means well, that's going to be the case that Mate Gobahidze is going to lose a couple of positions, but the battle at the front end of the field is really starting to pick up velocity because Boas Maximov back in the race lead. Bran van der Weyken back up the inside through at turn 2 here on lap number 12. Oh, and there's a little bit of a sidewall clash between the two teammates. If they keep on at that rate, and again through on the inside of turn number 5, Maximov goes back through for the race lead, and Jacob Ashcroft now makes it not just 2's company, but 3 is a crowd. And then you've got to wait for seeing what might happen behind them. Who's going to start closing on in as we head into the final 2 minutes, plus an additional lap. 4th, it's Lars Lambers. 5th, Thijs van Dijk. 6th, Georgia's Mate Gobahidze. Then after that, Luca van Leer being hustled by Max Swiderski, who started from the back of the field and now is up to 8th. It's all about how Jacob Ashcroft plays his cards right about now as they come through turn 5. Maximov sternly defends from van der Weyken. Now down through the dip at turn 7 and 8. The drivers make their way through the Michael Schumacher S. Once again, now round the final corner. 3 laps remain. And the gap between the top 3 was just under 0.37 of a second. Ashcroft going very tight to the inside of turn 2 because now he sees directly over his right shoulder that Lars Lambers and Thijs van Dijk and maybe even Mate Gobahidze will make this a 6-way scrap for the race lead and inevitably the race win here in the final. Through Mutkova, you cannot pick a winner between this quintet right about now. Just over 2.2 kilometers remain, and Maximov still holding on by a finger thread. Now Ashcroft's starting to have to defend because Lambers is sprawling all over his back bumper. Oh, great move. Ashcroft up the inside. I think he just got the pair of them. He did the double through at turn 5. Outstanding maneuver by Jacob Ashcroft to take the race lead with a lap and a half to go through at turn 5. Maximov and van der Weyken were battling away and Ashcroft mugged the pair of them. 1 more lap to go. Ashcroft leads. Van der Weyken 2nd. Lambers 3rd. Van Dijk 4th. Maximov down to 5th. Into turn 2 for the final time. It's a 3-way exchange. Make that Mate Gobahidze. Wow! I thought it was going to be enough with Jacob Ashcroft. Mate Gobahidze, I think, has just struck gold and has gotten up into 3rd place. Lambers, Van Dijk and Maximov were battling away and Mate Gobahidze is up to 3rd. Dramatic overtakes and absolute sheer bravado have been part of this final lap, but out of the final corner, he goes into Genk as the championship leader. Ashcroft wins by 83 thousandths. Bran van der Weyken 2nd. And Mate Gobahidze from Georgia takes 3rd after one of the most brilliant overtakes I've ever seen here at Kerpen. Through at turns 2 and 3. Lambers rounds out the top 4 ahead of Thijs van Dijk. Max Swiderski from 15th to 6th at the flag. Raymond Banzel, Boas Maximov finishes 8th, having led for quite a lot of the race. Luca van Leer, Cameron Nelson, Adam Vida, Ollie Wise, Lieke van Berkel, Nicolas Machon and Jim Back round out the finishing order. Unfortunately, Vlad Tomanchuk did not take part in the rest of the week after the Heat 1 dramatic incident, but Ashcroft wins and leads the championship going into Genk. let's take you through the starting grid of the final for round 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Nikita Genza, who's now taken over as the leader of the championship after the qualifying heats, and the final intermediate classification starts from pole position. Imke Hartz, who's brought herself into the championship fight this year, is alongside on the front row. She currently places 4th in the championship on 374 points. Mats Johan Overhoff, 2 third places so far here at Kerpen. He starts 3rd. Alongside him will be Dylan LaHaye, who's currently, at the moment, 3rd in the championship standings on 375 points. Fredrik Sebes Christensen, who now has a 10-point disadvantage to Nikita Genza, starts on the inside of row number 3. Joining him is Michael Becker, who at the moment in the Masters classification goes ahead of Christophe Capitan, but is 10 points behind the man leading the Masters classification, who starts down in 11th, Carl Clebor. Jordi Clebor, Carl's son, starts 7th, ahead of Luca Neuenhausen, who rounds out the 4th row. Mark Schuppmann and Nicolas Guillaume, who is 5th in the championship standings for DD2 on 365 points. Weekend to forget for the number 491 from SB Motorsport. Carl Clebor, Christophe Capitan, Louis Koch and Maximilian Adolf round out the 14-strong grid. Good to see Isaac Barker cheering on for Jacob Ashcroft and saying, "You flipping legend." Dirk Huskens was cheering on Lars Lambers in the junior final. But now we turn our attention to our DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers. Sunshine abundant in the sky from up above. Temperatures around about 12 degrees cooler than yesterday. We are at a high at the moment of 19 degrees, set to hit probably just north of 20 a little bit later on today. But after this, we'll then have the senior final that will conclude the racing action, and then we'll have just 1 month, 5 weeks effectively to go. So the red lights are on the gantry for DD2 and Masters, the final. The revs rise, the lights are out, and straight away, Genza and Overhoff, good friends off track, but rivals on it, lead the way. Imke Hartz in 3rd ahead of Dylan LaHaye, 4th, well, 5th looks to be possibly, I think it might, yes, that is Sebes Christensen from Denmark. So 1 clean sweep already achieved in DD2 this year. Fredrik Sebes Christensen did that at the season opener at Karting Genk. But then 3 different drivers got maximum scores. Genza being one of them, Guillaume being one of them, and LaHaye won the final at Marienborg. But it has been the Genza gravy train at the moment. He leads Mats Johan Overhoff by just over 4/10 after the opening lap, as they head into turn number 3 very shortly. A couple of drivers getting compromised. Well, Imke Hartz is, where is Imke Hartz at the moment? She's currently running P3. And there you see a wonderful shot of the Piff Paff chicane. This is the run coming up towards Mutkurva very shortly. So through turn 9, up towards turn number 10. Wonderful shot of the circuit. And through the Schumacher S. Imke Hartz now right on the tail of Mats Overhoff. And very, very close racing we're going to find here. Imke Hartz has Dylan LaHaye immediately to the right-hand side through into the left at turn 3, but LaHaye was wise not to stick it up the inside there. Neither was Christensen. Panting over the curbs. Yeah. Very tough on the equipment underneath you, and over the course of a race weekend you do have to think of the 2 words mechanical sympathy, but the minute you put the visor down, it just all goes, you know, that plan just goes straight out the window, because every driver worth their salt wants to win. Hart's not putting all her cards on the table just yet. but with a lead of a second just after, what, 2.5 minutes. If Genza starts pulling away like he did in the previous race, those behind him have got two types of hope. Bob Hope and no hope. Hope and Bob's already left the building. So they've got to really start. If they start fighting, then it's Genza's race, 100%. And we'll do a clean sweep, like Jensen Chalk did earlier. Right, okay. Time penalty going the way of the 4:28. Dylan LaHaye has been hit with a 5-second time penalty by breaking formation with all 4 wheels outside of the tram lines. That's going to smart a little bit for the Belgian driver. And 5 seconds. Okay, well, Dylan LaHaye is 1.6 behind the race leader. That will put him in 13th place at the moment if the race was to finish as it stands. So LaHaye's got to get a move on. He has got to move on in the fact that he's already got at 1 place. He's gone past Imke Arts for 3rd. But LaHaye has got to start moving forward, and that's not going to be easy with the talent that he has behind him. Imke Arts being one of them. Fredrik Sebes Christensen, Mats Johan Overhoff, Sebes Christensen and Overhoff are doing the hokey cokey at the moment, swapping positions. So across the line we go again. Just over 9 minutes 20 to go. And now with LaHaye having a bit of clear air, this might help him to expedite a damage limitation strategy. In that respect, he's going to have to try and catch and pass the race leader. With 8.5 minutes still to go, anything's possible. Dylan LaHaye is being closed in on by Imke Arts. Last time around, well, Imke Arts was slightly slower. With another minute to go until we hit the half-time point of this final. 14 minutes in total, plus an additional lap. Not just DD2 and DD2 Masters, but also for seniors who will be closing out the on-track action here at Kart Club Kerpen. Mats Johan Overhoff has just been passed by Fredrik Sebes Christensen, who's now moved up into P4. But, well, Imke Arts will know that Dylan LaHaye's got a 5-second time penalty if she's seen it on the digiboard, but she will want to do a number on him out on track. And quite a spirited individual as Imke Arts has represented the Dutch Lions at the Grand Finals for many a year. And normally has got a ticket through the BNL Karting Dutch Championship. Back in action at Circuit de Lansard on the 15th of September. But under braking, Imke Arts looks a lot more measured than Dylan LaHaye, but he just seems to have the traction pull coming out of the corners. But Imke Arts right on his, nearly right on his rear bumper, going through into the Schumacher S and out of the final corner. Fastest lap at the moment is by the driver in 4th place, Fredrik Zevis Christensen, with a 44.231. He's just put a personal best through the first section. But Nikita Genza, with just over 6 minutes to go, has a nearly 2.1 second lead. And he's also currently leading RMC Germany's standings. Indeed, if I remember correctly, they have their final race in 2 weeks' time in Eastern Germany at Arena E in Mülsen. I'm just wondering, not if, but when will Imke Arts pull the trigger and get through on Dylan LaHaye for second. And that will put Dylan LaHaye in an even more precarious position. Well, first of all, that knocks him off the podium. Now, Arts might have an opportunity here. She lines it up. Here we go. Imke Arts through to the inside as Dylan LaHaye just makes an absolute howler of a mistake. And Arts is through for second position. Fredrik Zevis Christensen now on the back bumper of Dylan LaHaye. Going through into turn 6 now into 7 and 8. Dylan LaHaye went very, very sideways through that turn 2. We knew that Arts was going to be pressurising him for a couple of laps, but then to make an unforced error like that, I don't think Dylan will be too happy about that. Might give him a bit of a kick of motivation, ready for the final round. Nicolas Guillaume having a bit more luck this time. He's up 4 places and closing in on Mats Johan Overhoff. The gap between them is about 4 tenths. Fredrik Zevis Christensen going through turn number 3 behind Dylan LaHaye. So now with just over 3.5 minutes remaining plus an additional lap, Nikita Genza is just carrying on. He's got the racing horse blinkers fully focused on it as Fredrik Zevis Christensen and Dylan LaHaye are 3rd and 4th at the moment. But the Dane, who is looking to try and get himself closer and closer. Lost out the lead of the championship. He wants to do as much as he can. He will get 3rd at the moment as things stand, but Mats Johan Overhoff and Nicolas Guillaume aren't that far behind. They're about 1.2 seconds off of the 4.33's back bumper. So it looks like, again, we've lost Louis Koch out of the race, unfortunately. Just a couple of laps ago. Number 408 for Dor Motorsport. Retires from the race. It's not been an easy one for Louis this weekend. But at the moment, we still have 13 runners in this. Carl Klibor has ended up dropping down to 13th in the last kart running on the circuit. Michael Becker still leads in DD2 Masters. He's got Mark Schubmann and Maximilian Adolphe in between himself and Christophe Capitan, who at the moment is currently 3rd in the DD2 Masters classification, heading into the final round of the season, plus this race still to go. So 3 laps remain after this, well, including this one, we've got 1:20 plus an additional lap on the timer. And Dylan LaHaye still trying to hold off the advances of a very fast young Danish DD2 driver in the form of Fredrik Zevis Christensen. Genza's lead over Arts at just over 2 seconds. Well, I think it's just the fact that Genza has been controlling things rather nicely on finals day. So running order with 13 seconds to go. Genza leads by 1.9 seconds ahead of Inka Arts, Dylan LaHaye, Fredrik Zevis Christensen, Mats Johan Overhoff round out the top 5. Top 10 completed by Nicola Guillaume, Luca Neuenhausen, DD2 Masters class leader. In 7th, Michael Becker, 8th, Mark Schuppmann, 9th, Maximilian Adolf, 10. Last lap very much underway. Christoph Kerpen down 11th, Peter Jordi and Karl Kleber, the 2. The father and son duo. But our leaders have just gone through at turn number 5, or some of our drivers have gone through turn number 5. Meantime, our leader, well, one clean sweep in Mini. There's going to be a clean sweep in DD2, thanks to Nikita Genza. Gratulation to the number 407 from Dor Motorsport, winning comfortably ahead of Inca Arts by just over 1.5 seconds. Dylan LaHaye finishes 3rd on the road, but will drop down to, I think, 8th after timing's been adjusted for the 5-second time penalty. So Dylan LaHaye yes, that'll put him just ahead of Michael Becker, drops him to 7th. But there you see the results. Nikita Genza wins ahead of Imca Arts, with Dylan LaHaye due to be demoted down to 7th, I believe. Ahead of Fredrik Zevis Christensen, Mats Johan Overhoff, Nicola Guillaume, Luca Neuenhausen, Michael Becker winning in DD2 Masters. Ahead of Mark Schuppmann, Maximilian Adolf, Christoph Capitan, Jordi and Karl Kleber, with Louis Koch unfortunately retiring with 7 laps to go. Genza wins in DD2 and Becker makes it double German delight by winning in Masters here for round 3 in the final. One more race to go to conclude our penultimate round of the championship season before we head to Karting Genk on the 28th and the 29th of September. Here's your final starting grid of the weekend. It's race number 20, the Senior Max Final. Vic Stevens starts from pole position alongside him with the championship leader, Jaden Ting. Ollie Yonkers and Macaulay Bishop will line up on row number 2. Svedek Ubben and Danny Shields, row 3. Sebastian Koch and Mika van der Pavel ran out row 4 ahead of Lawrence Herboz and Jot van Wyk. Lloyd Hare and Luca Coulon running out the top 12 ahead of Ralph van der Pavel, David Ottestein, Archie Bussell, Martin Gaiskins, Luca Prima, Zach Heslop, Jorge Martenstein and Debian Voss. The drivers now start getting into the 2x2 rolling start ahead of their race. It's going to be a very, very interesting and exciting adventure over 14 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights are on the gantry. Out of the final corner we go. Lights out and racing. And a good start by Vic Stevens as Ollie Yonkers slots in behind. Svedek Ubben's already up to P3. The two Dan Holland racing teammates of Macaulay Bishop and Jaden Ting side by side. Someone goes slightly off track at turn number 2, but rejoins, and the lengthy queue has a Falcon Racing car at the back end of it. That will be Ava Doddestein, I would believe, as the field makes its way up the hill towards Mudcover for the first time. So, at the moment, it is Vic Stevens, Ollie Yonkers, Svedek Ubben, Jaden Ting, Macaulay Bishop, is he up there? He is behind. Sebastian Koch, who's made up 2 places and is now up to 5th. Koch goes defensive on Macaulay Bishop, Lawrence Herboz, and a few others behind him. Jaden Ting got through on Svedek Ubben. Nice little move there by the Dutch driver. And moving up to seniors this year has been a little bit of a revelation for Jaden Ting. He's really, really made it work. Out of the final corner. And, well, not at all surprising. Here's the move for the race lead. Ollie Yonkers through on Vic Stevens at turn 2, lap number 3. And he also put in the fastest lap of the race of 44.930. No one else on that previous tour managed to get the cart at under 55 seconds that early in the race lap, especially on the final. Stevens now looking to return the favour at the very same corner. Through at turn 2 goes the 327. Back up front. However, Jaden Ting, I think, might have just decided to throw his 2 cents into the ring, and he got through Yonkers. Yonkers now down to 3rd. And there is Bishop, who's got past Svedek Ubben in the meantime, gunning for at least the top 3, maybe even the win. So Vic Stevens leads from JDT by just over 3 tenths. Top 10 and the outlaw Danny Shields. They're currently just around about 2.3 seconds. But the gap between Vic Stevens and our second place driver, Jaden Teen, is coming down to about 3 tenths. Ollie Yonkers 5.5 tenths of a second off the leader. Sven Irvin, Sebastian Koch. At the front end of the field, things are still being decided. So everyone resting with the steering wheel of the 344 GJS carts. This is exactly what happens when drivers just start to try and pull away at this earlier stages of the race. And Bishop finds himself now having to fight back. When you consider how close the points were coming into this penultimate round of the season, you know, Jaden Teen was there, Macaulay Bishop was there, and several others. We're into turn 5 once again. Go the drivers, and the back end of the field very much a freight train. So still, after 7 laps, Vic Stevens and Jane P are giving each other chase. It's like ring the roses, a pocket full of posies. Sebastian Koch now up into 5th place. He's closing in on Macaulay Bishop for 4th, and then about 7 tenths ahead. We also have to contend with Ollie Yonkers. He wants that podium place on the end of the race day. Front end of the field, Jaden Teen is trying to put the frightness on Vic Stevens. That is going to be easier said than done. Just over the halfway point. William Rust has made up 5 places, made that 6 as he's got past Luca Gulen, Ralph van der Carver, now up to P7, the driver with SR Solutions, having swapped and found a new lease of life when it comes to karting. So at the moment, the fastest lap of the race is being held by Macaulay Bishop. He's currently running 1.5 seconds behind the race leader. Also, Lawrence Heraboz is coming into the mix with regards to a potential 5-way scrap for the win at the moment. It's just a 2-horse race with Stevens and Jaden Teen trading times at the moment. Not faster than anybody else, but quick in their own right here at Kerpen. The leaders make their way through into the Schumacher S. And Vic Stevens is still holding on. He has not relinquished that lead quite yet. Jaden Teen might have something to say about it. Corley Bishop swarming all over the back bumper of Ollie Yonkers heading into turn number 3. Now on this particular occasion, Jaden Teen is looking a little bit closer than I've seen before for a handful of laps. There's all a little bit of a skirmish happening into turn number 2. Might have been a little bit of a touch between Macaulay Bishop and Ollie Yonkers, running 4th and 3rd respectively. And Bishop now has Lawrence Herbold for close company just behind through the left-hander at a speed of probably around about between 90 to 100 kph, depending on how your exit is. There could be a change here. 367 overtakes 316. So Bishop again gets through on Yonkers, not for the first time this weekend. So 1st and 2nd are fighting, 3rd, 4th and 5th are fighting. And I think also 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 drivers out there, tending to be part of the Disney Brigade. So we have got one off of the circuit, and that was at turn number 2. So someone's had a bit of a drama in the meantime. I've got a feeling it might be, could be Martin Gaskins, it could be, well, Georgia Mugdestein is still running. So Bustle and Gaskins looks to be nearly a lap down off of the leaders. So we head into the final 2 3/4 minutes. And that is the 3:21. Martin Gaskins out on lap number 14. We're on lap 16 of this race. Still 2 minutes and 20 to go, plus an additional lap. Ollie Yonkers now finds himself in front of Lawrence Herbold. This is not going to be for a step on the podium, I'm afraid. It's going to be a step on top 5 that we had last time we were in somewhere to talk about figures and stuff. But it's still going to get a lot of, it's going to get very hot and heated under the collar. It's the 316 of Ollie Yonkers being challenged by Lawrence Herbold in the 389. That was through turn 2. It's never going to be easy when you have to do it. And it suits you, no, it's not necessarily suiting your opponents. How can I get past them? What's the best opportunity? I've been behind them for a multitude of laps. That is exactly what has happened. So it looks like we're going to hit a predictive 20 laps of this race, but in the meantime, Ollie Yonkers has lost out to Lawrence Herbold in the number 398. That's the battle for 4th position. 2 more laps remain. And Vic Stevens has a lead of just under 6/10 of a second ahead of Jaden Teen. Corey Bishop, who has got the fastest lap in his pocket, 44.714. The Briton, based out of Hoddesdon, not too far outside of the hometown of 7-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton. So there is a penalty going away of Archie Buttle, 5-minute time penalty, 5-second time penalty, causing a collision early doors. But last lap of the weekend underway here at Kerpen at the F-Landring for round 3 of BNL Karting Series 2024. Vic Stevens has remained very much untroubled despite the best efforts of Jaden Teen, who was half a second behind him. Now they do say sometimes that strength is always in numbers. That's very much the case of Macaulay Bishop. He's just under 9/10 behind the race leader, but up through in towards Muckcover for the final time. It is going to be the case that Jaden Thiem, by my calculations, might still be leading the championship, but he's got a big contender on his radar. Vic Stevens takes the victory in the final. Second, Jaden Thiem. Third, Macaulay Bishop. Fourth, Lawrence Herboz. Sverre Ubben takes 5th, ahead of Ollie Jonkers. Sebastian Koch takes 7th, ahead of Ralph van der Pavert, who made up 5 places to round out the top 8, with Danny Shields and the UK's Lloyd Hare for Racing Evolution rounding out the top 10. Mika van der Pavert, Devian Horst, Luca Brima, Luca Grollen, Eva Dorrestein, Jot van Wijk, Zach Heslop and Giorgio Markenstein round out the 18 runners and riders, as does Archie Buttle, making it 19 that made the way to the finish, with Martin Gaiskens out with 7 laps to go. Well, that rounds out the on-track action for round 3 of the BNL Karting Series for 2024. We've had 20 races filled with everything you could think of. Drama, great overtakes, incidents, delays, but more to the point, we got through the weekend here in Western Germany. A big, big thank you to all the team and also to the circuit here at Club Kerpen at the F-Landring. Vielen lieben Dank für Ihre Unterstützung bei uns, diese Veranstaltung hier zu haben. Vielen lieben Dank und wir freuen uns auf nächstes Mal. A big thank you to everyone behind the scenes, from live timing or timekeeping, streaming, race control, stewarding, scrutineering, part ferme. And a big thank you to everyone watching at home on the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. Thank you so much for your interaction over the course of the weekend. A big thank you to the teams, the drivers, the parents, the families that have all made it part and parcel of an exciting 3rd round of the championship season. But our final stop on the road to Sarno means we will be heading back to where it all began in April this year. We return to our home, the home of champions, Karting Genk in Belgium. We also have to say a big thank you to VIP Medical Service Brandenburg for their assistance, our medical team on site, our marshals, our men and women in orange. Big thank you to you. But folks, we'll leave it at that here on the live stream. That's it for now. See you on the 28th and the 29th of September at Karting Genk, where we will crown our 2024 BNL champions and give away 5 tickets to the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, taking place in Sarno on October 19th to the 26th. On behalf of all the team here at the BNL Karting Series, my name's Alex Goldschmidt, signing off for now. See you in a month's time.